Now it's don't tell. No, your electricity is not switch.
Check. Check. Hey. Hey.
Don't shut down. Uh, I will do a small intro about yesterday, just a welcome, and I will call you the three of you to the station. Okay? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hamad. Hamad. Good morning, everyone. If we can take our seats, please, because we need to start. Mr. Maxwell, good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 for our seminar, a perfect combination of strengths and beauty. Yes, I can talk about a perfect combination from yesterday. A very interesting session targeting 2 topics. Topic number 1, women representation and participation, and topic number 2, best practices. Very powerful input from our speakers and panelists that definitely will help draw the path for strong final remarks and recommendations at the end of today's session and the seminar. And not to forget, a delicious dinner. And on this occasion, we would like to thank the Bahrain Olympic Committee for their hospitality. And guess what? We are ready for the second and the last day of our seminar. This is why I would like to welcome on stage, again, OCA Executive Board Member and OCA Gender Equity Chair, Sheikh Hayat, and our panelists, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal bin Al Hussein and Mrs. Michaela Jaworski, so we can start day 2. Welcome. Good morning, Sheikha. Hope you are doing good today. I will give you the floor for a small brief for yesterday's session, and then we can start topic number 3 for today.
Well, good morning, everyone. And once again, here we are focusing on what we have said yesterday and discussed And I thank you for your participation. It was so fruitful, and sure it will enhance the recommendation of our meeting. Yesterday's, as you said, Tony, it was about participation and representation and the importance role that we enhance women to be at the managerial level. And the best practices, I think it is a very valuable experience for all of us. Focusing on quality and not quantity. So we have to focus also on awareness and education. This is what has been done yesterday. But
Definitely.
today is a very crucial also element, and it is the base, it is the grassroots, as I know.
Definitely today. Today we will start with a new topic, and this is the last topic for our seminar, which is topic number 3, grassroots strategies. So before starting welcoming our speaker, Sheikha, I know that topic 3, which is grassroots, is your favorite topic. But if you can share with the participants why grassroots is important and why it's your favorite topic.
For sure, grassroots is very important. It is ensure sustainability. For example, this age of group is a very solid foundation for the other or elder groups, and it's opened the way for juniors, adults, and women at the top level. If we have grassroots, it means that we are on the right track because it will lead us at the end of the day to achieve our objectives, either on the managerial level or at the technical level. And when you have in your NOCs a policies focusing on grassroots, it is a clear indication that this NOC is working right and on solid base. And after that, all of us will be comfortable that we will reach one day to our goal exactly. So the grassroots is the main base.
Definitely.
For me, I can say.
Always going back to what Mrs. Jaworski mentioned yesterday, teach them young. So we should teach them young how to respect and how to understand the importance of gender equity. Thank you very much, Sheikha. And now we will start with topic number 3, grassroots strategies, with our first presentation. I would like to welcome again on stage our speaker, UN Women Country Representative, Mrs. Elisa Fernandez. Welcome.
Okay. Your Highnesses, Sheikha Hayat and Prince Faisal, Excellencies and Tony, our host, and dear colleagues, I think we are at another level today, no? So good morning to you all. I'm very pleased to be part of the discussion on how to translate commitment into action on the ground through grassroots strategies that are designed in a way to advance girls' and women's empowerment on gender equality. I would like to recap some ideas that were mentioned yesterday, and is the importance of sports and physical activity as a powerful tool for girls and young women's empowerment. I think we have consensus on that. It increases girls' beliefs in its own ability, which translates into everyday life and encourages them to take initiative and attempt things that they imagine maybe were impossible. When we combine safe spaces, holistic life skills, and learning opportunities with sports, it truly boosts the girls' autonomy. Moreover, girls' participation in sport is associated with a multiplier effect with other elements of development outcomes, talking about health, education, and leadership. For that reason, we need to create a more inclusive sport and active recreation system with listens to the voices of women and girls. And today, I would like to dedicate some time of my presentation to understanding and analyzing what are the barriers that women and girls are facing for their participation. Because it is important that we take note of these barriers to have interventions that overcome them. So I would like to propose also some solutions. So I'm going to talk about three categories: the practical barriers, the personal barriers, and the social and cultural barriers. So I would like to start by the practical barriers. The first one being the lack of time and lack of access to childcare. And this is essential in the participation of women in all aspects of public life. Um, as we all know, women's leisure and time to practice sports tends to depend on their needs of the families and the burden, as they carry most of the burden of the domestic work and the care of children and the elderly in the family. So it is important as a consideration or a solution to provide childcare facilities and parallel classes, for example, for toddlers and children, so that adults can bring the children while they exercise. Lack of money, women tend to earn less than men, and low-income families cannot afford investing in club memberships or pay for sporting clothing or equipment, and low-income mothers usually cannot afford daycare. So it is as a solution, or one option is to provide subsidies for women activities to make them more affordable. The issue of personal safety is essential, and we're talking not only in the site of the sports, but in the streets, public transportation, and everything that is in and around the community venues. No? So it is important that ensuring the activities are offered in locations and facilities that are safe and appropriate for women and girls. In some cases, offer self-defense lessons and personal alarms if possible. But another option is to organize exercising in groups to make physical activities safer for women and girls. Funding, we have discussed this yesterday. In general, women's sports attract less funding than men. That is well known from all of us. The other issue is access to facilities. And often sports halls prioritize male sports and leave the women's sports, for example, to less convenient times. So it is important to review the allocation of facilities and times and work with some pitches during peak times for women sports and teams. Now, moving to personal barriers. We're talking here about body image, clothing, equipment, self-confidence, and the parental influence. And I would like to share, in terms of body image, I would like to share that research shows that in general, female adolescents report greater body image dissatisfaction than male. And in particular, body image is important in sport. And research shows that women are far more self-conscious than men when talking about sports and physical activity and their body image. So a solution can be to ensure that girls and women can have privacy in changing rooms and facilities, and reinforce this idea when we do publicity of services, to make sure that we use a variety of images of women and not only the idealized figure of women. Now, moving to the social and cultural barriers, I would like to start by the most important, that is sexual harassment and abuse. Sports-based research on this topic is lacking. However, recent studies indicate that sexual harassment and abuse is a problem in sports in the same way that it is in the wider community. And research is showing that the vast majority of perpetrators of sexual harassment and abuse are men, and that women and girls are more frequent victims than men and boys. And the risk of sexual harassment and abuse arises from a combination of factors, such as weak organizational controls within sport clubs, or dominating and controlling behavior from the coaches, and vulnerability, low self-esteem, and high ambition from the athletes. So, as part of the solutions, it is important to adopt rigorous screening procedures and establish codes of ethics and conduct for all staff and volunteers, whether they work with adults or children, it doesn't matter. And staff and volunteers should be required to sign an agreement to abide to the conduct. Staff and volunteers working with children should be trained on children protection and undergo the necessary checks. And it is important to socialize the information, so to distribute the information on prevention of abuse, sexual abuse and sexual harassment to parents, athletes, coaches, and volunteers. And very, very important, create a climate of openness, discussion about sexual harassment and abuse so that athletes feel confident and safe to speak out if they experience situations. Now I move to the other issues that are the fact that the culture of sports is a male-dominated culture. So it's important to challenge sexist assumptions and behaviors inside the organizations and among the participants. And this is an exercise of regular awareness between us. It is also important to challenge attitudes and prejudices about disability and ethnicity. It is important to promote role models of girls and women with disability, and also women in their diversity, from Black women, women from ethnic minorities. And it is important to ensure that all staff is trained on issues of ethnicity, diversity. So we create a culture of inclusion in the site of sports. The last point, we talked a lot yesterday on the female invisibility in media representations. Also, then it's important to highlight role models, or not only of women, but women in their diversity, ethnic minority women, Black women, women with disability, and not only in the media, external, but also in the communications within the organizations. So, So we need the sport of world, the world of sports is a crossroads, and we need to move forward in terms of addressing discrimination, harassment, sexual assault, and inequality in the world of sports in Asia. So this seminar provides us a glimpse of hope for action and willingness to do more in our region. So the whole purpose of the discussions we've been having is to identify concrete actions and strategies to think the way forward. And this is the way to go when we're discussing this topic. Now, when we move to the grassroots experiences, as Ms. Marie Salois from OIC mentioned yesterday, I would like to share of one of initiatives that has had transformative results for girls at the grassroots level and has provided a methodological foundation for future programs to be launched in support of girls in sport. And this initiative is a cross-regional program between Latin American region and Asia Pacific. It's named One Win Leads to Another, and it's funded by the International Olympic Committee. So the initiative is built on a partnership between UN Women and the IOC, and it focuses on recognizing gender and sports initiatives from girls in marginalized communities. It started with a pilot project in Brazil from 2015 to 2017 in the Olympic Villas, and benefited 800 young girls. It has followed into a second phase where it expanded from Brazil to Argentina, implemented in 57 locations, and reached 2,500 beneficiaries. And now we're in the process of designing the third phase, and we're in discussions about how to bring the initiative to Asia Pacific, not only to pilot it, so we're going to pilot it hopefully in Vietnam, but also the whole idea is to strengthen the knowledge management aspect of the initiative and share lessons learned and best practices between Asia Pacific and Latin America. So to go more in detail, the program revolved about weekly sport activities for girls, but it combined it with life skills, addressing topics of violence and prevention and elimination of racial inequality, training modules, and practical support. And the program was able to make a very successful contribution to prevent gender-based violence and enabling girls and young women to participate, work, and govern on an equal playing field. So we're proud of the results from this initiative, the One Leads to Another. Girls have become agents of change themselves for their families and their communities. And what was interesting is that the program changed the perception of the girls about themselves. So when the program started, they asked to the girls who think they were leaders, and only 50% said they believed they were leaders. And at the end of the program, the 70% of them believe that they were leaders. And also, the program has ensured a continuity by engaging the girls who were trained as mentors of the new generation. Okay. I would like to just to brief mention other initiatives that we have engaged in other areas. And for example, in the Pacific region, UN Women has developed a curricula for Get Into Rugby Plus program, and it's a curricula to train coaches on gender-based violence prevention, gender equality, and safeguarding, providing ongoing technical support to the Oceania Rugby. And the program has trained 32 coaches and impacted 500 girls and boys players in Fiji, and now is moving to Samoa. And also in the same region, we're now engaging with the Pacific Partnership and Oceania Football Confederation on making football more accessible to girls and women and supporting women's empowerment and prevention of violence. So it's also applying the gender-based violence counselor training package for the Pacific. So allow me to provide some recommendations to conclude for your consideration as you work on grassroots initiatives. Yeah, and these recommendations are based on the Sports for Generation Equality framework that is publicly available and that you can use as a reference for your own activities. So, okay. The first one is to commit to create equal opportunities for girls in sports, but also on physical activity and physical education. The second, to eliminate barriers girls have for access and participation in sports, both in formal and informal settings, and including intersecting forms of discrimination such as race, ethnicity, religion, impairment, nationality, and migration status, to take all these considerations into account. And the third one is to address gender gaps in the dropout rates of girls and boys, and especially at the adolescence age. We discussed yesterday about the need to ensure safe spaces for girls to play, and then, and whenever possible, combine sports with life skill trainings for girls, like the experience we had in Brazil. Also, very important, very important. This is not an issue that is the problem of women and concerns women. So it's important that we engage men and boys in highlighting, reflecting, raising awareness on the benefits of gender equality for all. And finally, promoting gender balance in professional roles. We also discussed this yesterday. Coaching, officials, really bringing balance at all levels. Finally, increasing opportunities for women athletes to benefit from sponsorship, and then expand the post-competition career opportunities through mentorship and options for career transition. So to conclude, I would like to reiterate that although women and girls in sports is a trending topic right now, and we cannot forget that we still have a long way in our society for a gender-inclusive society and participation for girls and women in all areas of public life, and especially for those who are in minority groups. So although the initiatives in place are supported by multiple organizations, it's not an issue that we tackle in isolation. So it is very important that even if we're talking about interventions at the grassroots level, we really coordinate, make connections, get the evidence from these experiences, have spaces for knowledge sharing, and also bring the evidence of these experiences to inform policy making in your own countries. So with that, I wish you great success in all your efforts at country level, and I hope we will be able to collaborate with some of you as UN Women in everything we can do. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fernandez, for your presentation. And I think when we talk about grassroots strategies, it will show, and when you were mentioning families, communities, societies, it will explain exactly that gender equity, it's a global social issue or problem, and we are using sports as a tool, like Mr. Mamadou mentioned yesterday. So, and we talked about a lot of generalities in terms of gender equity, why it's important, women representation. I want to be more specific, asking you, where do we stand as a continent from UN Women perspective as Asia compared to other continents when it comes to gender equity?
So it's a good question. So overall, we can say there has been progress in efforts and in some results. But at the same time, I have to raise like some awareness that the Asia and the Asia Pacific region, that is where we work, is lagging behind in many ways. I want to reflect. Probably the World Economic Forum. They make an analysis of the gap on economic parity, and they count it in years. So actually, the Asia region and the Asia Pacific is behind Europe, is behind Latin America, is behind Sub-Saharan Africa on that economic gender gap. So I know Central Asia and East Asia and the Pacific, it will take 100 years to fill the gap. And the Southeast Asia, it will take a little bit longer. The calculations is 1,000 years. So the purpose of this data is just to raise awareness on the cost of inaction. So if we don't do anything, if we not change anything, what will happen? So it's really not to depress us, it's really to create a sense of urgency on the needs, no? So I think efforts needs to be done at all levels. In the political sphere, for example, we see that the global average for participation of women in parliaments is 24%. In the Asia Pacific region is 18%. In gender-based violence, the percentage of prevalence is, I mentioned it yesterday, from 15 to 64, and this percent of prevalence in the region, including Asia and the Pacific, and these numbers, depending on the country, will be higher than the global average. No? So, as I say, Gilly is just an invitation to say we recognize what we have done, we take energy, and we continue. And it requires all levels of society. It requires the political, and civil society, international organizations. The important thing for me to reflect is that the world of sports is a mirror of society. So whatever advance we can do in this sector, it can have an exponential effect in the benefits to society.
So that's right, and as you mentioned, efforts needs to be done, and we are taking this seriously. So this is why we are here. And I think, Sheikha, if you allow me just to mention one of the recommendations, which is networking and collaboration. So this will be the next step for sports in general, and the organization like the Olympic Council of Asia, UN Women, to join forces. So next time when we will come back for another seminar, you will answer the question and you will say, look, we did a lot. So this should be the plan on the 1st of November and on, is to work together as sports organization and with UN Women, with UNESCO and with the others to make things happen. So when we come back, we say the recommendation was network and collaboration, and this is the result. So I think, thank you
Can I
very
say
much.
one more point, that is to recognize in this idea of collaboration that we all have different areas of expertise. And it's by uniting these areas of expertise that we can accelerate the progress.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's interesting. And now we will go back to our presentation, and I would like to welcome again on stage Mrs. Manisha Malhotra for her presentation.
Takes me a minute with this timer business. Well, good morning, everyone. It's thank you again. Let's try topic 3 today, which is a very, very important topic, and I think that really is the foundation for all that we do here in so many different levels. So I tried to be funny, and actually it was funnier when I thought it, but grassroots, unearthing, but it's not so funny now that I look at it. Going to grassroots strategies, and you know, I come from a country which has a very large population, 1.3 billion, and everybody is always telling me that, you know, Manisha, there's no hope in sport. Imagine we have 1.3 billion people, but only 2 Olympic gold medals to show for it. And I mean, I balk at that statement over and over. But being the eternal optimist, I always like to focus on positives and good stories, and you know, it just makes me feel happy about something light at the end of the tunnel. So yeah, sure, we do have a lot of problems, and there are genetic gaps, infrastructure, population, lack of nutrition, poverty, and the list goes on. We have more specific gaps, safe spaces, the stigma of being an athlete. But I don't really want to focus on that. I want to again go to my happy place. So, what I would really want to talk about today is certain different examples of how a varied grassroots strategy has produced results, which can be pertinent to a lot of you, especially from the region, and really kind of maybe give you something to take back to your own situations. Coming from a country that's very, very diverse and very, very large, sport is somewhat of a conundrum in India. And there has been several research attempts as to why sport is so demographically divided, but yet no definitive answer. So what I mean by that is that, you know, you'll find all of India's hurdlers coming from a little town in the south. You will find all of the wrestlers coming from a place in the north. You will find all the weightlifters coming from one village in the east. And this has been happening for many, many years. So, you know, there are obviously different ways that we've achieved some sort of little bit of grassroots success. And here I would like to highlight the positives. The first one is policy driven. And here is a state called Haryana. It was the first state to have a sports policy, which I was fortunate enough to work on back in 2006. And I'll be a little honest here. The aim of that was not to solve all their societal problems, but the aim was to be able to get Haryana on the sporting map of the elite sports of the country. But be that as it may, and the sports policy actually accidentally or maybe literally addressed a lot of the problems that were facing society within that state. What this policy actually aimed at doing was giving stipends to young kids. And this was not always monetary. What they did was even always give them a hot meal at the end of the day if they played certain sports. Inculcated sports in the curriculum of every school in the state. Gave jobs to the athletes from a state level up. And of course, a lot of money was rewarded to athletes who went out and represented the nation. So coming to Tokyo, that was a success. I mean, Haryana is leading and is undisputed leader in sports in India now. Our contingent in Tokyo, which was about 100 odd people, had 25% people from the state. And the byproduct of this policy, what happened was that all these parents, and this is a rural state, it is a farming state, it is a very male dominated state, and a very patriarchal society, so to speak. And what actually happened is that, hey, they had all these girls and these daughters, and they said, we should kind of push them into playing, and we should force them into sport. And what really happened after that has been amazing, because they've had these amazing success stories in very male-oriented sports. And here you'll see they're all wrestlers, and the captain of our women's hockey team, which is my most favorite topic. I'm even getting goosebumps thinking about that. So what actually really was a byproduct of policy has translated into them really going and throwing their weight behind women. And literally, this state has taken, it takes a village to a whole different level. You go to these little villages and it is their mantra. They'll be proud to tell you, all the males, all the leaders, that the success of our athletes is the success of our village. So, here's a group of icons pretty much. And the most interesting one is actually this little girl here, and her name is Antim. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Antim means final, last. And I asked the father, I said, why? And he's like, oh, in my village, when you have multiple daughters, and then you keep trying for a son, and you say, okay, this is going to be my last child. And then it turns out to be a daughter. So they name the daughters like this. I met another girl whose name was Kafi, from the same village. Kafi means enough. That's it. And so just how regressive that sounds, but he pushed his daughter into sport. She actually wanted to play kabaddi, and he actually put her into wrestling because the village coach is a female, and he thought that would be a very safe space for her. So it's very, very interesting. And then we go to the culture, and culture in sport has really been the northeast of our country. And those are the people who've really imbibed culture for many, many years. And they've not, affiliated with federations or voluntarily kind of done this, but it just happened. And Manipur is a state where it's been the crown jewel of this type of culture-driven strategy. And they have produced 4 Olympic winners over the last 2 Olympics. And just going back to the last slide, I asked the last medal winner from Tokyo. She was the medal winner in weightlifting. This girl on top here. I asked her, I said, what do you think? What is the success to your whole story? And then she said something very interesting. And she said, we have an annual festival called Umang Lai. And this is a sports event in every village on the day of the festival. Athletics, football, foot hockey, and every single kid takes part. And that's where I had my first exposure to sport. And that's where the magic starts. And I thought that was a very touching story to, kind of capitulate how culture has such a big influence in the bigger scheme of things. And then is the newest model, which, we talked about it yesterday with OVEP, and the thing is the public-private partnership. And this is called the Odisha model. And if I'm ever lucky enough to come to this forum in the future, I will have better data as to how successful it's been, because it's very, very new. And what they have done is combined the states and the government with private entities for every one of the pillars of whether it's high performance, whether it's grassroots, whether it's sports science, and really given a very cutting edge and world-class infrastructure to the regional and tribal areas for access. My company actually partners with them for their swimming program, and swimming is very, very nascent, and in India is not very prevalent. But what we actually found a lot of success in is that these guys have built 18 pools around just the state, And what we are now doing is using swimming as a life skill first. And only one of those centers actually is a high performance scenario, and kind of taking swimming as a life skill to the people of who would never ever imagine being in a formal pool. The next thing is a very ambitious plan set out by our Prime Minister. It's his flagship program, and it's called Khelo India. And Khelo India, again, very, very new, was started a couple of years ago and has been all encompassing, wow, that's not a very good word, but whatever, area where they actually want to touch every facet of sport that exists, not from a high performance, I mean, high performance is one of their little pillars, but from a much more holistic view. So the program actually was introduced to revive sports culture in India at the grassroots level and build a strong framework for all sport played in our region, in our nation. So it is a very, very ambitious plan. I think that it's again very, very nascent. So I do not have the best results. Of course, I'm a constant devil's advocate for them. The implementation, in my opinion, sometimes is still up for debate. But what I think there is no doubt in is the fact that this is going to take sport to every corner of the country, which previously had no exposure to sport. So, I mean, even if the byproduct of all of this is that every small tribal area and every small previously untouched zone has some sort of community program or some sort of outreach, it will be a game changer. Then, of course, we have private initiatives, and my company is just one of them. There are a few others, not enough, but a few others. And what we are trying to do is take sport and use that as our mandate for corporate social responsibility. And, I spoke about my institute yesterday, but what we're actually trying to do is start small, use our institute, which is bringing world-class facilities and coaching to the country, to the doorstep. So on one hand, an athlete no longer needs to leave India to be able to train. On the other hand, we've done it in a 150-kilometer radius of our institute and used that little bubble as to run school programs. We have a sport festival that is the third Saturday of every month. We are trying to bring in the physical education teachers and kind of coach them and give them ideas and run some seminars and try and really adopt the region around us. But as from a really young age, to be able to expose people to sport is really what the key mission, from my point of view, is. So in conclusion, I mean, obviously, I am very, very passionate about grassroots strategy, and the ultimate aim of all grassroots strategy needs to be ensuring participation and access to enjoy sport is equal. And the key word in this is equal across girls and boys. And sport is a platform, and we have to not make it like one gender or another gender, but just give it in some sort of umbrella where it's equal and a level playing field, so to speak, for everybody. Going back to women's hockey, Payoshni said yesterday that grassroots strategies and usually India's success stories are very individual, but the women's hockey team came fourth, and I have watched enough sport in my life. I was sobbing, and that kind of result and that passion which galvanized the nation is something that, as Payoshni said, when a team starts to do well, you're on the right path. So I really do hope that some of those strategies, because from Haryana, 6 of the girls were from Haryana in their grassroots program. I do hope that we are on our way to do better things. Thank you so much again for having me, and I hope I was able to kind of give you guys some idea to take home, that we can kind of, keep taking sport forward.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And as we mentioned before, we always have like a takeaway before the general takeaways and conclusion from our panelists talking about gender equity and equality as a social issue or problem. It's very important to point after your presentation, which is very clear about grassroots strategies, which is it's not only about uh, a way to reach the elite sports, but as grassroots strategies giving the opportunity for everyone to practice, to have the opportunity, physical activity, to enjoy. It's not only about elite sports, the combination, which is great. So this will take me back to my question, and what are the biggest challenges facing girls, young girls, and women, basically, away from being an athlete in sports or their inclusion in sports?
Yeah, well, there are several challenges, but I think that one challenge that I think we can cover is the challenge of exposure. And this is what I feel the grassroots lack. From when we come from a poorer area or a lesser socioeconomic strata, the exposure to sport is very is non-existent. And I'm hoping that this little device solves it all, because now every second person has a cell phone, and if we can kind of they can explore and just say, hey, sport, hear about it somewhere, then try and research a little bit on the phone. And in India, they love YouTube videos. So my goal for all our sporting icons is I always keep telling them to put little clips of old videos when they went in the village, and just how they came into sport. I think that if we can tackle the exposure part of it, a lot of our problems will be solved.
Definitely. We talked about portrayal yesterday, and I think His Royal Highness has something to add.
In looking at the last presentation, it just brings to mind something. I found a foundation called Generations for Peace. We work in 52 countries around the world. And it brings to mind something that I think most of us have probably heard, which is the HSBC logo. It's think globally, act locally. And what that really means is, as you were showing in different parts of India, there is no one size fits all. You adapt it to the local culture, you adapt it to the local circumstances when you're looking at grassroots and what do the communities really need. And I think that's just an important element. We can't use a cookie cutter. If you look at Asia, it is so diverse in ethnicity, in terms of religion, in terms of culture. There is no simple solution. But within your own communities what will work and what will not necessarily work. And so it's the importance when you're looking at grassroots is adapted to the local culture. And you'll actually find out local communities are best positioned to tell you what is important to them. So you need to also listen. Don't come in with an attitude that you know everything. And this is, you've just come from the seminar, you've been given 50 great ideas, I'm going to do them all. It has to be adapted to the local environment. And I think this is what you highlighted looking at the different areas. What works in some area in terms of government or policy, in other areas it won't work. Sometimes you need private-public partnership. And it's that adaptability and understanding the culture of where you're trying to achieve grassroots that I think is very, very important. And listen to the communities. The communities know what's important to them, what will work and what won't. And you have to have that two-way street in it. I hope that reinforces what you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, we shouldn't force anything, but we should adapt in order to reach our ultimate goal. So thank you very much, Mrs. Malhotra, for yesterday and for today. This was very interesting. And now I would like to welcome joining us online our speaker, and excuse us for keeping you waiting, from UNESCO, Mrs. Dunya Abdelwahed, Sciences Program Officer, for her presentation. Welcome, Mrs. Dunya.
Thank you very much, Tony. I hope you can hear me, right?
It's perfect. Thank you very much for attending.
Good morning to everyone, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests. Thank you very much to the Olympic Council of Asia and Bahrain Olympic Committee for inviting UNESCO today to be part of this important seminar that brought us together here, and which will discuss also this vital topic of gender equality and inclusion in and through sports. And so today I will be presenting our global flagship initiative, which is the Fit for Life, which is a practical framework to support smart investment in sport as a driver of health, education, and equality outcomes. And so it has been designed to extend on the successes achieved by the Kazan Action Plan, and also to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, with gender equality as one of its main priorities. So for those of you who are not familiar, UNESCO is the UN specialized agency for education, sciences, culture, communication, and information, as well as social and human sciences. And our work is essentially about driving inclusive, human-centered development through integrated and multi-sectoral approach, as well as mobilizing our 193 member states and our network of schools, NGOs, universities, and research centers. We also have two intergovernmental bodies that are linked to sports, which is the Intergovernmental Committee for Physical Education and Sports, the CEGEPS, as well as the World Sports Ministers Conference, which is MINEPS. Both of these bodies help us with our work in sport, and particularly by supporting the connection between local needs and political outcomes. So when it comes to our work in sport, it stems from the premise that every human being has fundamental right to move without facing discrimination. And we work hard to make sure that no one is left behind or excluded from this right. So as I just mentioned, with our 193 member countries and network, we have excellent access to policymakers and national stakeholders, particularly in the field of education and youth communities. So we work actively with them to develop evidence-based policies, equip teachers, coaches, to deliver value-based sport and physical education curricula, and as well empowering youth, young people, particularly the most marginalized, to become the agent of change within their communities and countries. So in a nutshell, we focus on inclusive, evidence-based responses, which use sport to tackle individual as well as social challenges.
Mrs. Dunya,
And this holistic,
if
yes?
you will share your screen so the participants can see the presentation.
Ah, you don't see my presentation?
No. Excuse me for interrupting,
Oh.
but I think...
Let me try again. Do you see it?
now you need to share, not yet.
Not yet.
Ah, okay, sorry. I think I know what happened, sorry.
That's okay. Because I thought it's an intro at the beginning, and then I felt like the presentation started. Thank you.
Just
Thank
give
you.
me a second.
Yeah, now it's good.
Yeah, now you should be able to
Yes,
see,
yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. Thank you.
So as I was saying, so this is I was talking here about our work in sports. So as I said, in a nutshell, we try to work with our government, our member states, and stakeholders to actually, create the link between the policy making and the actions on the ground. Moving on to our work on sport and gender, actually our interventions is framed within the International Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport, which was adopted by the UNESCO General Conference in 1978 and revised in 2015, which affirms that it is the right of every girl and woman to have equal opportunity to participate and be involved in physical education, physical activity, and sport. So in order to mainstream gender dimension in UNESCO physical education and sport programs, we focus on three main types of interventions, which are developing capacities and tools to promote and advance the rights of girls and women to participate in physical education, physical activity and sport. Also protecting girls and women from harassment, misconduct, and abuse, and using sport to promote gender equality and empower girls and women. So furthermore, as I mentioned in the beginning, the Kazan Action Plan that was adopted by the Sixth World Conference of Sport Ministries, the MINIS6 in 2017, marked the commitment of member states to link sport policy development to the 2030 Agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals, and which also paved the way for the creation of the Global Observatory on Women and Sport, which was established in 2021, and which seeks the gathering of data and providing guidance to the governments and actors in the design of action plans to achieve gender equality in and through sports. So moving on to Fit for Life initiative, I would like to start with the problems that Fit for Life has been designed to tackle. Available data shows us that the world is currently facing three main intersecting challenges. We see spikes in physical inactivity, in mental health issues, and in inequalities. And this has been documented over the last couple of years. These issues are profound, global, and have been further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. So considering the scope and scale of these challenges that we are facing today, coupled with the tightening of public budgets and economic downfall, there is a need for a collective, people-centered, and integrated approach. And this is where Fit for Life comes in to respond to the intersecting crisis of the physical inactivity, mental health, and inequality, which are particularly profound in youth cohorts. So, as you understood by now, Fit for Life is about sport, but it's also about collective action and bottom-up change. And why sports? Well, sport because it has proven to be a high-yield investment when done right. Participation in sport and quality physical education can improve people's physical and mental health. It can build the social, emotional resilience of citizens, and it can boost educational attainment and employability. Sport can also be used as a powerful vehicle to deliver values and messages of equality and peace. However, although the potential of sport is well documented in certain regions and amongst certain demographic groups, there are also data gaps to be addressed, and access to quality programs and curricula depends on where you live and who you are. And this is contrary, of course, to the leaving no one behind ambition of the UN. And so Fit for Life is looking to contribute to this vision and of inclusivity by activating the benefits of sport in a more systematic and sustainable way from policy to practice. So in order to drive this behavior and this behavioral change and also the systems which underpin them, Fit for Life focuses on people and the society they live in. Beginning with the people, Fit for Life activities will leverage and grow on existing evidence and expertise to increase grassroots participation in sport and quality physical education, which will help, of course, boost health and education outcomes, and also mainstream values-based and equality-driven curricula, masterclasses, and training, and which will also help in boosting quality and equality and employability outcomes. So by prioritizing inclusion by design, girls and women will be considered and brought in every step of the process. Decision makers in cities and countries will also benefit through support in developing inclusive and evidence-based policies, and therefore by creating a nexus between evidence, action, and advocacy, Fit for Life activities aim to reframe sport as a central tool for development and not just associated with the more traditional health outcomes, which are already well documented. And also by shifting to this outcome-oriented data and measurement and the use of innovative financial instruments like the social outcome contracting, Fit for Life activities will evidence the social return on investment and also support the diversification of funding. So as you can see here on the right side of the slide, the private sector companies, as well as the development banks, will be engaged alongside stakeholders from public and civil society sectors to support the activity design, delivery, and impact. So to prove that investing in sport yields a high social return on investment, we begin, of course, with data. By mapping what we need and by mapping what we know and what we don't know in a global scoping study, we will be able to tailor our interventions and support those who most need it. This means as well as stock taking the data gaps, we will map existing collation and measurement frameworks to see how best to connect or harmonize data work across sectors or break down the information silos. And within the scope, attention, of course, will be paid to disaggregated data, such as rate of participation, barriers to participation, patterns of investment, as well as the impact of value-based sport intervention, inclusive pedagogies, as well as safe environments. And this the global survey, baseline survey, will be complemented by a series of community pilots to generate more granular insights on the human and economic value of investment in sports in different areas, including on women empowerment and inclusion. So this data landscaping will also be crucial to presenting the business case for investments and to identify those investments which yield the highest return. Once the scope and study completed, a global baseline data collection will address the identified gaps. And here you see the main output. So as you know, data is very important, but it's only a means to an end. Once we have completed our global data collection exercise, we will then work with our partners to convert the data into impact. The data will inform the development of global standards in terms of legislation, trainings, and curricula, which will support policymakers and practitioners through concrete and practical fit-for-life resources. And these resources are designed to build capacities of core beneficiaries, meaning the youth and the teachers, coaches, and provide practical guidance on collective action through sports. And to actually ensure the democratization of data and its use beyond the traditional expert communities, we also we will develop with partners a multifunctional digital hub where stakeholders of all kinds can exchange, download tools, and interact with the data. In terms of engagement, there are many ways and many pathways for engagement that presents other opportunities for interested countries to engage, design, and invest. We can, you can, for example, take the leadership on a certain outcome area or thematic, for example, equality or inclusion. You can lead the engagement of a specific stakeholder group, for instance, the NOCs or athletes. You can volunteer to design or lead the development of a particular output, for example, contribution to the digital Fit for Life digital hub. And equally, we also have tips and guidance on other punctual events and challenges that you can run throughout schools, sport clubs, cities, and even existing resources on value-based education, which are already available and ready to be used immediately. In conclusion, what we are aspiring to achieve and requires us to advocate for but also actively work towards women and girls' rights to spark positive change in society. We need to continue identifying challenges and proposing solutions and making these available, accessible, and visible around the world. We need to engage government, sport clubs, federations, civil society, young leaders, as well as athletes to make sure that this change is happening at the policy level, but also at grassroots level. There are, of course, different ways to engage and to get involved within the Fit for Life initiative. I'm happy to provide you with any further information should you wish to collaborate with us or should you wish to include your initiative as part of the Fit for Life framework, which will, of course, feed the gathering of data and gathering of insights that will contribute at the later stage for the global framework. Thank you very much for listening, and
Thank you.
happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Abdul Wahid, for this interesting presentation. So I know we had a lot of discussions in the last weeks when it comes to Fit for Life. And you talked about a people and societies centered initiative. So my question is, why UNESCO as a specialized agency of the UN for education, sciences and culture chose sports and physical activity as a tool to serve gender equality?
But thank you very much, Tony, for the question. Where actually gender equality is one of UNESCO's global priority, which means that it's being addressed throughout all our programs and sectors, be it education, promoting girls in science, promoting cultural heritage when it comes to also women and girls, media and journalism, and also sports. And the message here is clear. We are trying to equip everybody with the knowledge, the values and attitudes and skills to tackle gender inequality, which is a prerequisite actually to developing a sustainable future for all of us. And sport and quality physical education can provide all these elements for empowering individuals and especially women and girls. So we try to continue advocating that all forms of discrimination based on gender are violations of human rights. And as I said, a substantial barrier to the achievement of the 2030 agenda. And then, I mean, overcoming these global and systematic inequalities against girls and women in sport and society is not only vital to promoting human rights, but also a powerful means to ensure that gender equality is universal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's really interesting to see that when we talked about sports as a tool, not only for the OCA or IOC or sports organizations, so even for UNESCO, for UN, sports is a tool because our values are universal, but also sports is something universal that we can use as a tool to promote peace and also now specifically talking about gender equality. So thank you very much, Mrs. Abdul Wahid, for your intervention and looking forward for fruitful collaboration in the future together as we discussed also with Mrs. Fernandez when it comes to UN Women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you to everyone.
When we finished with our speakers' presentations, and as we did yesterday, talking about the social development through Olympism and education, the tailored program offered by the Olympic Council of Asia, together with our colleagues from Olympic Solidarity and from the IOC through the OS Relay. Yesterday, we gave the chance for NOC Bahrain to present their interesting presentation and program, basically project implemented. Also Mongolia. Today, I would like to welcome from NOC Cambodia, Director of International Relations of NOCs and Games Coordinator, Mr. Sokvisal Nan for his presentation.
First of all, by respect to Your Royal Highness, our OCA friends, our fellow NOC friend from the Asian nation, my name is Nhan Sokvisal, representing the Kingdom of Cambodia, NOC of Cambodia, and I have my colleague, Madame Prat Sampur, representing our Women and Sport Commission. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, that's my great honor to be here to share with you our project, which is funded by the Olympic Council of Asia and in collaboration with the National Olympic Committee of Cambodia, together with our Badminton Federation. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the seminar was held in Phnom Penh, the capital city of Cambodia, and it was during the pandemic that we all suffer with the COVID-19. So that is a very first time for us to host such a very nice seminar, a very crowded seminar with social distancing and all the safe practice in the Cambodia, and we have 100 participants take part in the seminar, but of course we have another 1,000 people, join us online. And here we have our speaker, our Secretary General, Excellency Wat Jamran, Secretary of State, Ministry of Tourism, and he's Secretary General of the NOC of Cambodia. And we have our champion from the Asian Game and the Olympian to share the experience to all the athletes and the women around the country, and keep them active even during the COVID pandemic. And our main purpose is to increase the awareness of Olympic value and Olympism, to encourage schoolgirls to stay active during the COVID-19 pandemic, to enhance women empowerment and gender equity through sport and physical activity, to promote the one citizen, one sport toward 32nd Southeast Asian Games and 12 Asian Para Games 2023 for our national campaigns. And this is the name of our speaker who is invited on that seminar. And it was very interesting to all the local and especially for the schoolgirl. They joined us like 1,000 people online. And we also have some activity guided by our champion to show them how to stay active during pandemic, during quarantine. So that really interesting event. And this is our main 4 key points. We focus with the fundamental principle of Olympism and Olympic value. And we also focus with our next whole SEA Games. And especially we have our Olympian from the previous Olympics game to share their experience to all the young lady, young girl. And especially, as you may know, that Cambodia, we just, in terms of development of the sport field, we just come to middle level. So we still lack of women in journalists, media, and as well as sport MC. So we also focus with that. We invited the media, to encourage them to have a woman in media field, and also the sport announcer. Also, we need more female MCs as well. All right, and we have the seminar for the whole day, and in the evening, we have some activity regarding the practice of badminton, which is coached by our national coach, and teach all the girls how to play badminton, and they enjoy at least, like some activity during the pandemic. So it's such a great event and interesting. And this is some more activity. And we also have online instruction to the virtual participant to, practice the exercise to keep them active during the quarantine at home. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's all for my short presentation. But before we finish, I would like you to enjoy my short video presentation, please. Thank you very much. And
you.
before I end my presentation, I just would like to let you all know that Cambodia, the championship from Asian Games, the gold medalist, the one who qualified for the Olympics game, all female. So we appreciate the female athlete. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for NOC Cambodia. And there's a reason why we need to give them another loud applause, because NOC Cambodia were the first to benefit from the social development program when it was invented in 2021. And again, they did apply for this year for another project to support women. So this is why we need to give them another loud applause. Thank you. One more project, NOC Bhutan. I would like to welcome the chair of Bhutan Gender Equity Committee, Mr. Sonam Yangchen, for her presentation.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and Kuzuzangpo. It is an absolute honor and privilege to be amongst inspiring leaders in sports and learn from the experiences and amazing work some of the NOCs and the GCs are doing. So thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our profound gratitude to the Olympic Council of Asia and BHARAIN Olympic Committee for the incredible opportunity to present our humble effort to enhance gender equality in sports in Bhutan. His Royal Highness Prince Jigil Genwangchuk, His Majesty's representative and the President of the Bhutan Olympic Committee, is at the helm of all our initiatives. Under the guidance and leadership of His Royal Highness, the Gender Equity Committee has been conscious of our responsibility to enhance gender equality and safeguard the rights of our athletes. The Gender Equity Committee in Bhutan was established in 2014 to promote an inclusive culture and to encourage and support the promotion of women and girls in sports at all levels. We are also represented in the BOC Executive Committee by its chair. We are a 5-member committee representing different organizations, and taking a recommendation from Your Royal Highness yesterday, I think we still have room for 2 more members, and we will be considering male members for this committee. Now, to briefly take you to some of the initiatives that the GEC has been part of. Since our establishment in 2015, we attended the Women in Sports seminar organized by the IOC in Cambodia. That seminar, we found it very informative and useful, but unfortunately, it was only 2 participants from Bhutan. We've really felt the need to bring this seminar back home so more women could reap the benefits of the seminar, which is why the GEC committee, with the support from the Olympic Solidarity, organized a similar program, Impulse Leadership Training, in Bhutan, where more than 40 women got to participate. In 2017, we also organized She for Fitness activity in collaboration with the physical education instructor. It is a weekend program where we encourage our members to come along with their families to participate in the fitness activities. I think this allows our members who are from different diverse backgrounds to come together, socialize, and most importantly, build a strong network. In 2017, with the support from the IOC, We were able to send 2 women administrators to participate in the Advanced Women Leadership Forum in Rwanda. And in 2018, recognizing the importance of institutional building, we launched our logo for then the Women in Sports Committee, now the Gender Equity Committee. In 2018, again, based on the need assessment and on popular demand, we organized a professional communication skills seminar with the support from the OS. 2019, in collaboration with the Yuong magazine, it's one of the most popular magazines in the country. Our effort was to profile women in sports to increase their visibility. In 2019, we also organized our open forum, and we have decided to keep this as a biannual program. It's also an opportunity for us to create a space for our members to express their views and talk about key issues of concerns and together collectively devise strategies to address them. For 2021, as a part of our inclusive approach, I'm happy to report that our first Paralympians, Ms. Sapna and Ms. Chimi, were awarded the BOC scholarship to pursue their undergraduate studies in one of the colleges in the country. In 2022, 1 male and 1 female safeguarding officer, they are currently undergoing safeguarding officer training with the help of the Olympic Solidarity. Girls in boxing. Boxing remains a male-dominated sport. However, the project Boxing for Girls is not only encouraging women to take up boxing as a sport, but I think it's also helping to fight the gender stereotype. With the funding support from the Olympic Council of Asia through the Social Development Project, we have now established a boxing academy in one of the central schools in a rural district in Bhutan. We have more than 20 girls enrolled in this program. Ms. Tandin Hamo, who won the bronze medal at the 13th South Asian Games in Nepal, is the brand ambassador for this project. We are again pleased to share with the August gathering here that we were able to endorse and put in place a safe sport policy. The policy was framed in collaboration with the Athletes Commission of Bhutan, with the funding support from the OS Athletes Commission Activity Grant. Finally, I was quite impressed with Ms. Manisha Monotra's Vogue cover yesterday, where you featured icons, Olympians, world champions. I think this is a very small version of the Vogue cover we have that's initiated by the GEC. It's called the Pumo in Sports. Pumo in our local language means young girls. It was launched in March 8, coinciding with the Women's Day. And our hope is to shine lights on women and girls we see in our sports community, doing big and small things that are making an impact, changing and inspiring change and setting examples for the younger generation. And this is our social media pages if you'd like to connect with us. It's again an effort to reach out to more people. We have our Insta and Facebook pages. And finally, moving forward, our plan is to really strengthen and develop the safeguarding program in the country. I think safe policy has just been endorsed, and there are a lot of work that needs to be put in. I think having a safe sport policy is one thing, and implementing it effectively is another, which is why I think we'll be seeking the support from the IOC to strengthen our safeguarding program. Next one, carrying forward, I think the Girls in Boxing program is quite a success. We are already in the process of drafting proposals so that we can replicate this program for other sports and go to rural areas where we can scout young girls. And finally, the open forum. We use this forum to hear out to our members and devise plans and really decide what you're going to do for the year. So this is something that we're looking forward to. I would like to, again, thank you for the opportunity to present our humble efforts. Thank you, and Tashidile.
Thank you very much. A lot of work done by NOC Bhutan when it comes to gender equity. Congratulations. And now when we are done with our presentations, before going to the 20 minutes coffee break, I would like to remind all our participants who already registered for the cultural program after we finish our seminar offered by Bahrain Olympic Committee. Don't forget. And we will leave you now with a 20 minutes coffee break, and then we will go back for our workshop 3 for topic 3, grassroots strategies, and then we will have the panel discussion, the Q&A section, takeaways and conclusion, final remarks and recommendation, a group photo, and then that's it. So enjoy your coffee break and see you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
from here.
So if we can take our seats, please, to start the workshop. So no need for the panelists and Sheikha to join the panel since we will start workshop number 3. And for all the participants, we will swap and switch the tables. So all NOCs will have the opportunity to meet with each other. Can we take our seats, please? You can sit down here. Can we please sit down, Soha, and take our seats so we start our workshop? Maria, please. Sausan. Thank you. Great. So we will start with workshop 3 for topic number 3, grassroots strategies. And you will see the following question: how to create a grassroots strategy and how it will play an important role in enhancing gender equity. Again, you will have the countdown for 30 minutes, but now we will swap. We will switch the groups so all NOCs will have the opportunity to meet with other NOCs and to share experiences. So my colleagues will help you now to join the tables and start with workshop 3 with a countdown of 30 minutes to answer the following question, and then we will go back for our presentations and then the panel discussion and the conclusions and recommendations. So the countdown started already. 30 minutes.
Hey. 1 minute left for conclusion. Half a minute left now. Hope everybody is getting ready. Half a minute left now.
So time is up. If we can have back the panelists and speakers on stage, Sheikh Hayat. Mrs. Fernandez. Mrs. Fernandez. Sabine. Elisa.
they have already finished their
Yeah,
grassroots and everything. Okay, so
don't worry.
listen to my voice when I read their recommendation.
So, Sarah, please, if you can help me with who's the first group? A? Again? Okay. So,
Of course, A, because you're right. Okay, the first.
Mrs. Jaworski.
We're wonderful. You have to mention our 20% overachievers.
So we'll start with Group A presentation, 2 minutes presentation, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yay! We are from Bhutan, Kuwait, Brunei, Philippines, and Sri Lanka. So we are the happening team here. All right, so, and Myanmar. Sorry, sister. All right, so we're going to have another seminar after this, yeah? Okay, so the 3 points are, number one, it should be about continuous professional development of coaches. So it's about training of trainers, okay? A very systematic training for trainers. And then when we send trainers, it's not only for coaches, but also we want to focus on officials, as well as the officials, coaches, and technicals. So every time when we send a male representation, so there should be at least one female, 1:1, one male and one female ratio. By then, we will, because for example, like myself and few others here, when we first joining the Women in Sports seminar, we are super quiet person. But now, because of continuous training, continuous conference that we attended, it actually increased our confidence. It actually increased our network. Yeah, I think everybody agrees here. So this is how, if we want to continue our best practices, this is the time. You know, this type of training should take place more often. And then the second part is actually to propose to government and local authorities or related agencies, yeah, to do whatever activities that we are planning, yeah. And then the third part is about portrayals. So this is the thing that we feel that it's important, especially when female is participating in a male-dominating sport. For example, we do have here female sports in sepak takraw, Philippines, Muay Thai. You know, for some students in school, girls, they were like, I don't think I want to be, you know, even the parents, I don't think they want to send their kids to these male-dominating sports. But what we're trying to say is, if we do have champion, make that girl, make that champion be the role model, so people will look up to this role model, and so they were like, oh, I can be strong and I can look good. So don't forget, for these, you know, athletes to put some makeups and stuff like that to make them look good. Yeah, presentation is important. The image is important, so that we can open up the stereotypes by saying, oh, that's a male sport, that's a female sport. We do not want that to happen. So by the end of the day, it comes back to sustainability. So how do we make everything long lasting? That's MAC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with topic A, talking about equal opportunities when it comes to development, talking about portrayal, and definitely the involvement of the government and other authorities to support gender equity or equality. So Group C.
Thank you. Hello. It's me again, Sausad from Jordan. And in this table, we have Jordan, Oman, Turkmenistan, Chinese Taipei, Palestine, Laos. So when we wanted to answer this question, we went through 3 steps, and that's in order to develop the strategy, not the content of the strategy itself, and the points that we need to focus on. Step number 1 is research, again, where we discover the resources available, the guidelines available, the opportunities that we can find out, whether we're talking about the IUC, the OCA, the NOC itself, and do some kind of a situational analysis to understand the current situation, the gaps and the challenges that we might have in the future, potential partners within the community and international partners and other countries, what they've been doing, the best practices that they did, the strategies that they have, and so on. Number 2 is, while we're developing the strategy, we need to come up with policies and make amends to the constitutions of the national federations and provide them with incentives to encourage them to apply more gender equality initiatives and projects and so on. We need to partner with the government and non-government organizations and CBOs, community-based organizations, in order to have our massive approach and to scale it up to the, let's say, the maximum number of the population within the community. Embed the gender equality in physical education and schools, train and qualify the PE teachers, female PE teachers, and make sure that it is practiced within the curriculum and the out-of-school activities. Use media as a vehicle for our, let's say, advocacy and promotion of our strategy, in order to get the buy-in of all the players in the community. And finally, we need to implement a monitoring and evaluation and learning framework. We use gender equality specific key performance indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Sausan. It looks like almost a strategy when we have research and then policies to make sure that we will apply and ensure gender equality, and not only talking about NOCs and national federations, but something interesting talking about schools and teachers and physical activity. And definitely, in order to understand if we are targeting our objectives and goals, we should monitor, evaluate, and try to see how we can move forward. So thank you very much for Group C, and now Group H.
All right, once again, good morning, Your Royal Highness, our OCA, our NOC fellow friends. My name is Sal again. I'm representing the group combining by Kuwait, Mongolia, Nepal, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Cambodia. Actually, we have 3 main points here: how to create a grassroots strategy and how it plays an important role in enhancing gender equity. So the first one is to educate the Olympic education value and the Olympism to the young generation, especially the girl. And we can create a course that can lead the special leadership course to the young generation at a very young age, so that can be inspire them to involve in sport. And to have such a safe training sport for the female, and to encourage them to play equally with the boys. So make them feel safe and enjoy the basics play in sport. That's our first point. Second one, introducing sport in school for a very young age, especially the martial arts sport. Why we say martial arts sport? Because we want the girl to have self-defense. You know, when they have self-defense, so that they can go back home and tell the other girl, like, in school, they can practice the self-defense martial arts sport, so they feel safe, you know, at school, even though they have harassment from other boy or other people, so that they can protect themselves. That's a very important role that we can play in sport field. And last but not least, we will use the voice from our champion, anybody that can be the hero, the idol in our society and our nation, to speak their voice and inspire the young generation to get involved in sport and to play sport. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for listening our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for Group H, basically talking about the OVAP, Olympic Values Education Program. which is very important to, again, going back to what Mrs. Jaworski mentioned, which is teach them young, and introducing sports into school, and an interesting idea, teach them martial arts so they can gain self-confidence, and then definitely talking about role models. Thank you very much. And now, Group I.
Indonesia, Syria. Group I consists of China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Syria, Vietnam, and Singapore. We come up with 3+ points. Number one is involvement of family, parent in the sport from the early age. One of the Malaysia has started a program, a youth in sport, starting from 5 years old. And then they also introduce the trainer, train the trainer. So they send the trainer around the club, the local club, to train the teacher at school and train the parents. Even if they want, they can be certified for as a trainer. So this is very important to involve the closest person among the youth. This is including even the teacher at school. Number two, very important to have facility available within the community, within a short distance, probably only 15-20 minutes that can be reached. So it can address the distance and the safety of the youth, especially the female. For example, what Singapore has done in sport of swimming, where they have a swimming pool everywhere. So it's accessible from each of the communities. Number three is the education. Very important to involve the school, to have the sport at school. And it's very important to involve the government, for example, to have the understanding between Ministry of Sport and the Ministry of Education to have a common policy. Because if we want to add a more sport activity at school and to involve more female, then the policy has to be set by both of the authority. So very important to have the government involved in terms of this education. And
that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I just want to add a little bit that probably we can add also more mix in sport. I mean, in the team between a male and female athlete, as mentioned by my colleague here. One additional is about the international help or involvement beyond the organization in sport, such as United Nations, because each of country has its different environment, has its different development. Some of the country has been just recover from war, for example, so it's need involvement beyond the organization in sport. So basically, this is.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, talking about involving families and using sports as a tool to promote gender equity, this is very interesting, and also give women and girls access to resources and infrastructure and make it convenient for them to train and compete. And definitely talking about education and something interesting, which is increase the mixed event between men and women. This definitely will break boundaries and will make them be involved together. And something important we should mention, it's interesting to see how the groups are learning from each other. When they mentioned like NOC Malaysia did this is why we are grouping NOCs together, is to learn from experiences. This is how they will go back, they will connect, and they will try to apply the same. It's another way of networking and collaboration. So I'm glad that things are happening as planned. Thank you very much. Now we go for Group E.
Hi, we are Group E. We are Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, Bangladesh, East Timor, and Japan. I'm from Japan. And we have 3 points. Number 1, equal access to infrastructure and training facilities, financial support. And number 2 is awareness. Awareness campaign at school, colleges, university levels. For example, providing physical activities from very young to very old. Not short time, but long time, and for everyone, long time. And the good other example in Japan, I think it's good, is we have Olympic class, which is almost every week. Olympians go to elementary school, junior high school to teach Olympics and Olympic value. We are not teaching sports technique. We are Olympian and children sport together. And then after sports, we think together about what is Olympic value, what is Olympics. And then the sports we did, what we find friendship, oh, this is friendship. This is sports important and also society important. We study about this. I think it's good. Number 3 is special medical support, psychological support, and also community and family support, right education, knowledge, especially for girls sport. I'm a figure skater and also other sports too. Girl training too hard and they stop period and their bone gets very weak and they get injury and they have to stop sports and even they might not move after their life. Do you know what I mean? Yes. Thank you. And also psychological education support is important because my figure skating environment too. For the sports, eating dissolves. Stop eating because eating is not good for sports, and then psychologically get a little bit weird thinking, and I think that's not good. Important is education from before it happening, and not only for athlete girls, but for the trainers and coaches. I think very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I still remember when Chair Mikako told us that a figure skater Olympian will join us from Japan, and she's very powerful, and now I can relate. So thank you very much. So talking about access and infrastructure, talking about awareness, and Mrs. Fernandez talking about the psychological support for women. So going back to what we discussed before. So thank you very much for Group E, and now Group V.
Good morning, everybody. I'll present some points of our discussion of our group mate from the NUSIA of Korea, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Maldives, Afghanistan, and Iran. For the grassroots, the activity are more important than a sport, which it leads to selecting and involving sports in the future. The first point I would like to mention to have a roadmap for the governance bodies, especially education ministry, to make involve children in physical activities. And the second point, government and non-governmental organizations should work beside each other seriously and finally get the desired result. And the third one, to implement progressive projects for involving children by persuading society and people to choose their appropriate activities and subsequently their appropriate sport. To train more coaches to help individuals to find a way to make an active lifestyle. Finally, I would like to thank you for organizing this seminar. I think this is a special grassroots for making awareness, and these 2 days make we could have a good experience, and we can make a good knowledge for ourselves. And we will back to our country with a good roadmap. And I want to thank you again for organizing this seminar. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you very much. Basically, your participation as participants made this seminar maybe a successful one. So thank you for your participation. Talking about education, development, and definitely the collaboration with governments and NGOs joining forces to support gender equity. And finally, Group E exclamation mark for the presentation, please.
Okay. On behalf of our group, Hong Kong, Lebanon, Qatar, Thailand, UAE, and Uzbekistan, we have 3 suggestions. The first one, educational program with ministries of education. This program is for both gender, targeting schools, high schools, and universities, although physical education teachers, staff, and parents, where we can invite Olympic athletes from both gender to share their ideas and experiences, which will motivate them and encourage them to follow their dreams. Second suggestion, educational program with the ministries of sports and national federations. Each NF will be nominating a young female athlete to participate in this program, which will include modules about leadership topics and skills, communication skills, emotional intelligence, planning, and other topics. Third suggestion, offer scholarship for talented female athletes and male athletes equally, for boys and girls. And occasionally, we can do some events. We can make sports events to include parents where they compete with their kids. Children's Day, like a Children's Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So again, talking about education, talking about collaboration between the Ministry of Sports and national federations, and finally, activities including families, including men and women to ensure and enhance grassroots, and then definitely gender equity. So this is basically our last workshop presentation. Thank you very much for all the participants and their valuable findings. That definitely helped us a lot to reach at a certain point to our recommendations. So thank you very much. And now I will move to the last part for this topic, which is the panel discussion and the Q&A section. I will pass the floor to Sheikh Hayat, our panelists, and later our speakers for their comment. Sheikh Hayat, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank all of you for this positive interaction and valuable idea, because as we said before, we are exchanging with you ideas to reach to the best. The discussion here now today, it has tackled very important issues, and I will select only some of them, which really comes to my heart. The emphasis of the role of education. And some of you has mentioned the curriculum. I quite agree with the curriculum because it is an education and awareness from the base. Also, there was something related to strategy. On my point of view, all these things or all these articles we have discussed, awareness or whatever, it should be within the strategy, so that we emphasize that if we have a strategy or a policy at the top, all these crucial elements like education, awareness, whatever, should be within this strategy. Here we will be having a solid base and sustainability. This is the sustainability through a clear and policy and action plan. Also, I want to emphasize on the grassroots. As we said, grassroots is a small age group, a solid, okay, and having will lead for a talented player. Talented player will be through the way, small, junior, youth, and men or women. So let us just focus on on grassroots to gain at the end of the day sustainability, and this will ease in our way to reach our goals. I think this is the most important thing, and thank you very much for your interaction and valuable interaction.
Your Royal Highness. After you, I will give them the floor.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. I'm going to preface it because a lot of it has been said, and a lot of very similar themes have been made. In the Arab world, we have a saying, "Al-aql as-salim bil-jism as-salim," which means a sound mind in a sound body. And I think this is when you're talking about the education is something that we need to emphasize. Ministries of educations tend to be focused all on the academics and look at sports as being a nice to have, not necessary, not really important. And I think this requires a fundamental change in attitudes about education and what sports can deliver. So many studies have shown that children who are active in sports outperform children who just are focusing on academics. That's a global phenomenon. But for ministries of education, where that's where their focus is, they don't tend to like to hear that. And so all of you have been saying the importance of teaching proper values, giving accessibility, getting people to have an opportunity to play. And that's where it starts with. Sports is a more advanced form of playing. And all children like to play. I've yet to have come across children who don't like to play. So if you can use that as the basis and early education to get children to play, and let's be honest, in more conservative societies, if you're saying, I'm giving the rights for children to play, the view is that sports is competitive, it is contact, it is violent. So when you use the term, we want your children to play, no parent's going to say, no, I don't want my children playing. So I think if we can focus on developing children and their love for sports, their love for activities, as part of their childhood, of developing their ability to play, and from playing, you go into sports, it will have a major impact. So education is important, but it is also a tool. If we do just educate the mind and we don't educate the body, then we're losing out on all the productive attributes that sports contributes, whether it's better health, whether it's better psychological capability, learning how to play as a team, respect for rules, all of these things that sports offers that academics doesn't. And so I think you're very right in focusing on education is an important part of it. But we need to convince educators that sports is also a critical part of human development. If they don't believe that, then there will be a reluctancy to allow sports to be done in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Jaworski, you have anything to add or comment? This is the takeaways.
You want to see? Well, I think that just as it has been already mentioned by Shika and Prince Faisal, we have been discussing a lot of the same themes. Some of what we have heard today have been very specific, and some have been more on the general side, the conceptual side. And definitely the goal of this seminar is for us to be able to move forward in a concrete way where the participants here can be led to have the macro plan, and then later on to be adapted into the smaller communities, the micros. Maybe we won't get into the detail of grassroots as far as it comes to communities, because we also realize that the NOCs have their own grassroots communities as compared to a grassroots community of a national government. So I think that it would be important to identify who actually are we talking about when we say grassroots in the context of an NOC? Who are the constituents of an NOC? And do we focus on this, or do we have the influence to be able to go beyond it? Because when we talk about school curriculum or government support, that is an influence beyond what can be done by an NOC immediately. I would like to encourage hearing the different ideas that have come up, that we do what we can, where we can, immediately. And it's not because we are going to be satisfied with setting a lower bar than what our larger vision is, but that because we do realize this is a journey and it's a battle that we have to take every step that we can to get closer to our goal. And some will have an easier road, some will have a more difficult path, but we will all have our own journeys to get there. And with a sound plan coming in, with full information, including what tools we have to make our micro plans, we can learn along the way and keep polishing along the way. It's never one set final thing. And we can always keep getting better with every organization, every group that we reach. So, yes, those are my takeaways for this topic.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Fernandez, do you have anything to add?
So first of all, I want to thank all the groups. You provided very diverse and clear examples. I appreciated in particular that you show a lot of intentionality in certain initiatives to equalize opportunity, through scholarships, through the participation of role models. You also presented initiatives to ensure the safety of girls, for example, through the self-defense course. And then there was another area where I felt there was a particular opportunity to be more intentional, to integrate a gender perspective of prevention of violence against women and girls. And for example, all the training of trainers that you will be doing, this is a dimension that you can include across. You don't need to have a separate training that is only about gender-based violence and prevention of sexual harassment, violence. You can integrate it as a cross-cutting module on your efforts, and also use the awareness raising campaigns to connect sports with prevention of violence. And there are particular opportunities to do this. From 25th November to the 10th of December, there will be the 16 days of activism to end violence against women and girls around the world. So you can combine your activities on awareness raising in sports with being part of the campaign as we're doing in Vietnam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Malhotra?
Well, being last now is
Difficult.
a little bit of a disadvantage. But I would really like to kind of close with everything Prince Faisal, Mickey, Sheikha Hayat said, obviously are very, very pertinent. However, the most important thing is to be able to leave here with something that you can implement, and whether that's something that is pertinent to you. And grassroots sports is something that is so basic and so vast at the same time. So, it gives you a lot of maneuvering and a lot of different creative ideas. I do hope that the information overload, at some point you can sit down and kind of sift through it and use it as an advantage. And also, sport, we're all a family, so please feel free to reach out. Any help you need from us or vice versa, we are all here to further sport.
Thank you very much. So I'll give the floor for like a 10 minutes Q&A section before moving to the last part, which is concluding remarks, recommendations, and the closing words from our panelists and definitely Sheikh Hayat. So I will open the floor for any question. If someone would like to ask any question, I will start with Sausan.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the valuable information. I have this question. I've been thinking of it and I did not come up with an answer. And I believe when the children play together, whether they're boys or girls, this, let's say, strengthens the perception of equality and how they can deal together in the future. Nevertheless, children tend to play like girls alone and boys alone at a certain age. And I noticed that in so many countries, and I'm not sure what's the percentage of the countries, they usually separate them in the PE classes, even if the school is mixed. So the question here, is there any kind of a theory that supports separation of boys and girls in PE classes? Is it better for their development and growth? Or is it like, is there a reason behind that? Or would it be better to have them in a mixed PE class where they can learn how to deal together, to play together, and to see equal physical abilities maybe at a certain age and so on? Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mrs. Jaworski ready to answer your question.
There are personality theories that point exactly to what you're saying, where at a certain age, the development of a person is more effective when they are with same-sex peers. So it's natural in grade school that boys and girls are separated for PE classes, and it is around the time of this stage of development of in personality theory studies. But it is also, well, personally, I have experienced where the class is brought together at some point, and I'm sure it's very specific to the school rather than as a general rule that it's done. But to answer your question, while it's not universally studied, but there is an advantage to separating boys and girls at a certain stage in development.
Thank you, Mrs. Jaworski. Any other question? It looks like there's no questions. So basically, Sheikha, we are closing topic 3, which is grassroots strategies, and we are closing all the topics. We are done for our discussions, women participation and representation, grassroots, and best practices. It was amazing to listen to the presentations, the interaction and interventions from our panelists and speakers. A lot of things to take with us back. There is no empty hands. And now I would like to leave you with one of the most important part of the seminar, because it was very interesting to listen to all the discussions, but it's very important to go back with something strong, clear as a starting point. So I will give you the floor and the stage for your concluding remarks and recommendations.
Well, once again, I will thank everyone, and sure, we are looking forward to hear the recommendation. be sure that we have focused on what you have said. And I'm now going to just read the recommendation. And يعني, unfortunately, we have finished so early, but really.
We still have a lot of things before we finish. But yes,
thank you.
Please. If we can play the presentation, please.
Well, recommendation for topic 1, women representation and participation. Encourage women participation in the executive board members and standing committees by forging the way to our young leaders, starting with education and awareness. Encourage and educate female athletes to prepare them for post-career involvement. Balance media portrayal of men and women to give them equal exposure opportunities. Introduce and maintain safeguarding policies to protect and ensure women participation and appointing a safeguarding officer to enforce the implementation process. Ensure and enforce equal development opportunities for men and women, executive, staff, athletes, coaches, and referees development. Recommendation for topic 2, best practices to enhance gender equity. All NOCs to have strategies and action plan which goes parallel with the OCA and IOC recommendations and objectives. Conduct research, collect data, and designate a liaison for following up, monitoring, and implementing their strategies, objectives. The importance of having legislations in all countries that support women's sport. NOCs are encouraged to benefit from IOC publications such as IOC Safeguard Toolkit, IOC Portrayal Guidelines, and Safe Play. Forums and webinars to be held for empowering women to cope with the updated information from the OCA and the IOC. NOCs to benefit from the best practices provided by the IOC as a result of the international surveys held in 2019 and other updated surveys. NOCs to benefit from programs offered by the IOC and OCA in supporting women empowerment and gender equality. To create a network and collaborative with international, continental, and national sport entities. NOCs to consider IOC 2021-2025 recommendations. Recommendation for topic 3, grassroots strategies. The OCA to call on NOCs to encourage equal participation for women and girls, starting from grassroots level participation, venues, etc. Fair allocation of resources and benefits. NOCs to supervise National Sport Association to implement gender equality in all levels, especially participation in league match with different age categories. NOCs to include in their own strategy a clear roadmap targeting grassroots objectives. NOCs to establish a monitoring system to ensure that national sport associations are committed to the grassroots objectives. This is the recommendation, but I know that there is a question in your mind about the implementation. Now, let me assure you that after this landmark event, there will be a follow-up system from the OCA to implement all these recommendations with the cooperation with the all NOCs.
And this is, and يعني, I can guarantee for you because I have spoken and sit with Mr. Hussein Al-Msallam, the General Director. It is our time now to shift to a new era. And we have mentioned that in our speech, and with the assistance of the OCA and your esteemed NOCs, because there is a crucial role for NOCs to implement these recommendations. And also, we need your cooperation. As Mr. Bach said, all of us together, we will reach our goal. So hopefully, I think in the next seminar, I don't know when it will be, but we will get a tangible result for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikha. I think this is a good start, a strong starting point. As also Mrs. Salwa mentioned, this is a strong starting point together for enforced gender equity. Definitely, we will circulate all the recommendations to all the National Olympic Committees, presidents, and Secretary General, and we will be working closely together, as Sheikha mentioned. Before giving the floor for Sheikha Hayat, His Royal Highness, and Mrs. Jaworski for the final words, I would like to take a few minutes for myself and my team to say a few words for the participants, for Sheikha Hayat, for everyone else, if you allow me, Sheikha. First, I would like to play a small video that we were playing outside. Maybe you didn't have the opportunity to listen and watch the video. I will leave you with a short video and then a few words coming from us as OCA team, and then definitely the closing words from our dear chair panelists. So I will leave you with a small short video, and then we will be back for the closing.
Break the barriers, inspire the millions, change the game, and win the game. How do you do it together? How do you do it all at once? Is it by going that extra mile? Is it by pushing each other when no one would? Or create world records by punching above your weight? How about going for that extra ball? Or turning disadvantage into advantage? Is that how you take the world by storm? Do you dream as a team? Or make your own reality? How about towering above the competition? And climbing the highest peak? Or striding for glory like few others did? From refugee to resilient to creating a legacy that is immortalized. And win the hearts of millions and your peers by becoming the queens of all trades. Win gold medals, overcome cancer, and be an Olympian. Now that's an MVP. That is how you not just stand apart, but stand above. By not just representing your nation, but by becoming a symbol for it. Transcend the sport like few others have. Make greatness look routine. Lead from the front, so everyone will remember your name. And never forget that age is just a number. Don't just dream crazy, dream different.
جنب بجنب يد بيد معاهم لكي يصلوا لما يطمحوا إليه، وهو في نفس الوقت اللي إحنا نطمح إليه، أن نحقق للفتاة رغباتها أسوة بالرجل وهي قادرة على ذلك.
So this is definitely not the closing words for our seminar, but I think you look and see me moderating here, but myself the seminar, but you should know that there's a big team behind supporting. So I would like to say thank you for the OCA team that made this happen. Every seminar has an end, but for the OCA Gender Equity Seminar, it's not the end, but just a new and promising beginning. I would like to thank our OCA leadership, Acting President Raja Randir Singh and Director General Captain Hussein Al-Musallam for their full trust to make this seminar a reality. For Bahrain Olympic Committee, we joined forces and we made it happen. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the staff supporting behind the scenes from Bahrain Olympic Committee, because definitely they played a crucial role to make this seminar a successful seminar. Our speakers and panelists, thank you for your valuable input and interventions. You were definitely an added value, not only added value to our seminar. Without you, this would not be possible. Our chair, Sheikh Hayat. We worked day and night together to make this happen. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your leadership. It was and will always be my pleasure and our pleasure to work with you and learn from you. Her kindness, calmness, patience, resilience, commitment, dedication, trust, and most importantly, your humbleness. You always lead by example. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My dear colleagues at the Olympic Council of Asia, you know that a successful team is a group of many hands. And one mind. Because alone, we can do so little. But together, we can do so much. We did it. Finally, our dear participants, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience and your valuable participation. For women attending today, we say the sky is the limit, but together we achieve. Thank you very much. Good job. The floor is yours.
Trying not to look at you, Tony. It's contagious, you know. Well, it's my turn to say thank yous, but I don't think any thank yous today can top what you have just expressed. But I will begin by thanking all the participants that are here for putting your hearts and your minds into this goal that we all share. It has been such a personally enriching experience for me. And even if we are invited here to speak and share, actually it is us whom you are sharing with. And it's so important for us to hear from you and to learn from you and to be on this kind of journey with you. I want to thank, of course, the OCA and of course the NOC of Bahrain. Thank you so much for your hospitality, for taking care of all of us. I know a lot of the participants feel the same way because we have had not just a productive seminar, but we have felt so welcome in your country. So Sheikh Ahad, thank you so much. Definitely the most special thanks to you. You are a very dynamic leader and your the energy and the passion that you are showing all of us is so inspiring, and we are so grateful, especially because of what you said, that this is really just the new beginning for the gender equity goal. And it is an honor to be on this with you. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you so much for making me a part of this. And I'm grateful that we are going to continue collaborating because we all need the guidance in coming up with our specific plans that will be feasible in implementation. Thank you so much to you and your team. Thank you. Thank you, Tony.
Your Royal Highness.
Thank you. I think I just want to stand for this. Rather than sitting next to Sheikha, to thank her and her team and OCA for putting on this seminar. The Sheikh and I have been, she is representing Asia on the ANOC Gender Equity Commission. And I think you have an extremely valuable lady right there and has so passionate about working for gender equity, not just coming out with a strategy which she presented to OCA at the General Assembly to try to move it, but having this seminar. And it's your commitment to improving the opportunities and the lives of women in Asia is something that is, I think, very heartfelt by all of us here and all the work that you've done. So I wanted to start by thanking you and for being such a great commission member and all the work that you're doing in OCA, not just as a colleague of yours in OCA, but I know what you do comes from the heart. And that's the best thing that you can have in somebody in that leadership role. So again, thank you very much for you, for the Bahraini NOCs. We've really felt at home. Jordan and Bahrain have a special relationship that goes back decades, if not maybe almost a century old. And so we always feel at home here but the effort that they have done here with the Bahraini NOC to really make all of you feel at home is something that we also greatly appreciate. In terms of closing remarks, I just want to be able to point out that this is a journey. Gender equity, gender equality is a process. We've seen progress being made, but we still have a lot further to go. If we really are going to achieve gender equity in our lifetime. But they say nothing good ever comes easy. And so it is going to continue to be a struggle. We've heard of all the concerns. How do we do grassroots? How do we do this? How do we address these issues? But it's together that we'll be able to do it, because it requires men and women to be able to solve this problem, to really achieve gender equity in our lifetime. And it is something we are getting there. There is no excuse, and I would say no excuse, not to be able to continue this process forward. We know the importance. God created us to complement one another, and it's together, as we now have in the Olympic thing, it's together that we will be able to achieve it. So I look forward to working with all of you. I look forward to hearing the great progress that's going to be made. And I hope you have a new fire inside you to go back and make a difference. Because the only way this world is going to become better is if good people do what they can to make the world a better place. Thank you very much.
Before giving the floor to Sheikh Hayat, would like to ask Mrs. Payoshni and Oksana also to join us, please. Sure. Yes. Okay. Sheikha.
There is no stage now. Well, in fact, I would like to thank every one of you from my deep heart. I know that you and us working together in one boat, and one day we'll reach it. His Royal Highness has just now said, make the fire inside to go and implement and keep it always in your mind, as you all always in our mind. I want to thank all the NOCs. I would like to thank in person His Royal Highness, Prince Faisal. And I said how much I am proud to be a member in your committee. And I has gained a lot of your experience. And also in the coming future, hopefully, I hope to have this chance. I would like to thank the acting president, Mr. Singh, because for his support always encouraged us. I would like to thank His Excellency Captain Hussein, the General Director. I would like to thank all the NOCs. When we saw the number 43, I said to Tony, it is a sign of success. So thank you all. And I come now to my dear brother, Tony. We have worked a lot, and I remember the moment when we get together at the beginning, and we were discussing just to see what is the theme of this conference. And you were the one who decided. Always I'm seeing through your dedication, always I'm telling him, please, Tony, go and have some rest, always. So thank you very much, Tony, from my deep heart. And it's a pleasure always to work with you. I would like to thank your team also.
they have made it so easy, and looking forward for the coming years to work with them in OCA. And my special thanks to the speakers, to the panelists. It's your valuable enhancement. We have reached to a good recommendation. And as you said, Manikia, that we are looking for the future. You have just said, let us start together from now. We said it before that we'd like to make this event a new era. And I believe quite sure that through your passion, through your dedication, all of you, speakers, panelists, members, participants, we will do it and we will celebrate the moment and we will remember this moment. Thank you very much.
Sheikha Oksana would like to add something. So, Nargisa, can you help with translation, please? It's okay. Just relax. Take my place.
Добрый день. Я хочу сказать огромное спасибо, что вы меня пригласили сюда. Я для себя узнала очень много нового.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me. And during this seminar, I have learned a lot.
И помимо спорта, оказывается, существует очень много других проблем, которые вы решаете. Вы помогаете женщинам, и вообще низкий-низкий вам поклон.
Around the sport, so many matters that need to solve. And thank you for your huge contribution to make all your efforts and to solve issues that it happened in sport.
Thank you very much.
So now after we finished, we will have the distribution for the token of appreciation. Sheikha, if we can. First, we will start with His Royal Highness, Prince Faisal bin Al Hussein. Sheikha. Mrs. Michaela Jaworski. Mrs. Payoshni Mitra will start by order. Mrs. Elisa Fernandez. Mrs. Manisha Malhotra. And Mrs. Oksana Chusovotina. And one more, Sheikha. Mr. Niels Holmgaard. So now I would like to ask the speakers and panelists for a group picture. كيفك تاخذ group picture? Yeah. كيفك ياخذ First we will have the group picture and then we will have the everyone else.
ليش الشيخة مو ماسكة واحدة؟
Yes. Now if we can ask everyone if we can ask everyone on the stage for a group picture, please. Yes. محمد كله بيطلع ولا؟ شو
الكلوزنج ما بيكون حلو ابدا.
تفرق. Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you. Up. You are tall. No, it's okay.
لازم يكون
ما تحط في لك بركي.
لا شوي انا هلا ممكن انكسر.
Closer. نعم. نعم.
Godilla in the right position. She's not in the right position.
I don't, where is the right position?
اطول جو.
لا
go tall. انا ما I can't do that. My calves can't do more.
Come on, take this picture.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm done. I was. Okay, now. All right, see. We've already taken 500 pictures. Okay.
Finally. Wi-Fi. يا رب.
Okay, now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Excellent job.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tony, this is very great job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very high level standard of
Thank you.
how